Hello, hello. So this is ES80R, which is a little annoying that we're basically in the first 30 minutes opening into it. But we are holding our 3-second opening range. We're holding our VWAP so far is supportive. We're just watching to see if we can flag here and then ideally push up. I'm slightly bullish with the holds here. If we can hold our PVZ POC and build above this value high here at 900, I think we're in a pretty good position for at least a push to uh like 990. But if this curls over and this becomes our resistance instead, right, then we'll rotate down to 820 if we can't build here at this 875 to 900, right? So we're just watching, but that is my general opinion right now. It's just like we can hold POC to value high as supportive, then we should be able to push up to about 990. If 875 goes offer, then we'll have to rotate down to 820 first. Good hold of our POC from our previous candle so far. Again, just chopping. But if we can start to build above, that'll be good. Good hold so far over our value high. Bit getting absorbed here a bit into 910. We can get Russell to break downtrend while NQ builds up here above our value high. We'll be in a very good position for that rotation up to 990. With, of course, first target being into this like 25. Just into our high, of course. First area of supply is here at 920 to 933. Second area of supply is at 990 to 2600. But we've got to show Russell break downtrend, get back above this VWAP while we build here above our value high off of PVZ. Oh, Jesus. Nice. That's your take out of your highs there. It's first PT here into 25s. See if we can get through this supply here. But that is a great first target for 30 points off of our hold of our value high, just like we talked about. New 15s opening now. Again, just pushed into our first target at our top of supply here into our 930s. Need to get over this 30 to 60 for anything more, but if we can get over our ETH high, should be able to push up to that next area of supply up at 990. Still waiting on our downtrend break of RTY to give us a little bit more oomph. Without that, it's going to be a bit rough, especially with NVIDIA starting to fall. Back to VWAP here on ES. Russell almost breaking downtrend, trying to hold our day open now. NQ pulling back to our POC. Watching to see if 900 is now offer or if we flip back above and then there's no change. Again, if 70s continue to hold, I'm not really worried about any of this. It's just back to our original entry from our 930 target. Now watching to see if, again, 900 flips offer and then we rotate below 70s. If we do that, then we'll rotate through our PVZ. If nothing changes, then POC holds. We rotate back over our 900s. Those go supportive. Then we look back up to 930. Again, nothing has invalidated. I will be right back. Sorry about that. I really thought I was gonna throw up. I don't know what's going on. Feel awful. Oh, Lord. Yeah, so again, we've filled gap. We went into our supply here at our 930. That was our great first target. Until we can build above that, which is this POC here, right, at our ETHI at that 60 to our gap fill here at this 30. Not really much to do while we wait, right? Like either we continue to build and hold here, or this will flip, right? We can build and hold here, and then we look up, and then we rotate up into here. And then if we can get over this, then we can continue on our way. But if this fails, then we'll have to rotate down here first, right, to our PVC value low. So it's just a waiting game. And again, like that would be just a reversion back to our VWAP here as well. While we're just waiting for this Russell downtrend to break at our 30-second opening range that is here. Just watching to see if we can get this downtrend break, get over this. So nothing's changed, nothing's invalidated. ES bounced our VWAP as well as our value low. Everything looks okay. We're just not really getting a lot of movement as of yet. To me, you're basically looking at this as your risk right now. For again, this is your first target, which makes this a 1-to-1 on our first trade, right? Into 930. But what we really are watching for is if this can hold, then we're watching for this move up to 2600 for the full extension into these highs. While we wait. Nothing crazy as of yet. What did I just delete? It's so hard to select what I want. Yeah, I mean, there's literally nothing to worry about, Jason. We're just dropping, but flagging on the higher time frame. Yep. Yeah, there's no like new highs, right? But there's no break of lows that we have to worry about as of yet. So it's just a range. Can this curl over and start to fade? Yeah, definitely, right? But so far, there's seems to be no interest below. Just treating it as like balance until then. Right, like ES held exactly where it needed to, which is our PVZ to POC. Sorry, our PVZ POC to value high is holding as supportive, right? This area here, as well as ADR, as well as VWAP. Like it's all bullish. Everything about it is bullish. This is target one. We have to get over this. Same thing as 930, 960. This is target two into previous day value high. So this is your current pivot that we're playing around, just like on NQ at our 930 to 960, which was our first target. If we can build above previous day POC as well as our ETHI, then we go for our secondary leg. Until then, it's just a rotation back up for our gap, right? It's the same thing as on NQ. We went to our gap, we saw our seller, and we came back down. We're now just balanced in between until we can get back in and flip over this. There's not much else here. Just balance. Yeah. Russell's almost done our full pathing while NQ and ES are sideways. As we push up into ETHI on Russell, we have to look for a potential loss of momentum. If NQ and ES haven't broken out by then we might have to worry, because then we'll lose our only, I don't want to call it our only, but if we lose Russell momentum as NQ and ES retest our highs, then we might see a more drastic sell off of a failure to break structure, right? Basically, like what I'm getting at is RTY was able to keep this low alive, right? That was our breakout on Russell. I'm following my cursor. You see, that was our higher low. It was our secondary lows here on ES and on NQ. But this was our breakout over our 30-second opening range that we have pathed on Russell. So if we come up into here, into these highs, and we see a seller, and it's the same target as before on NQ and ES, where we come into our pivot here, and we can't breach, it could result in a loss of momentum where we no longer have RTY supporting the market, and then these highs are all highs together all of a sudden, right? There's no longer a divergence. So I'm just keeping an eye on that, because that's when it's like just staircase up, elevator down, you know? Just want to keep an eye at where we could potentially lose momentum. New 15's opening here, 5 seconds. Just full rotation back up from our lows to our highs. See if we can build above our value structure on RTY for higher low. Just like 34 level would be nice. My dog is so antsy right now. What is going on? Again, this is first target on ES into our 704 to 7010. If we can flip the 10s, should be able to get nice secondary legs, but we have to get through the supply. Same thing with this 30 to 60 area on NQ above us. This is just retesting our highs again. Nothing is invalidated, but nothing has shown interest above yet either. We're hoping that Russell is able to hold here at 634 at our value high edge for continuation up for the whole market to get another leg. But our supply is still supplying up here. It's just a one-to-one risk to reward trade, just like our first attempt, right? Nothing has invalidated here with this POC hold for rotations up into our gap. It's the same one-to-one. We need to breach above this 930 to 960 for anything more, and then we can go for that 2600. Yes. Same thing on ES. Right, this is just basically a one-to-one right now. If we can get over this, then we can look for that 717 area for a previous day value high. Nice. Good job, Jason. Congrats. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with me. Just rough morning. Hopefully nothing that lasts. Have a good rest of your day. Hopefully I'm not like actually sick. That would be awful. I think it's just a little stomach bug from we ate out last night. I'm just not maybe something messed me up. Not sure. Into our 930 here again. Just took out highs, just got filled on another 2 contracts into 930 for a full rotation. Again, it's just 1-to-1 right now in NQ, risk to reward wise. If we can get over 960, that'll be our next target, and then 2600 after that. Okay. Oh boy. 40 seconds till new 15s. If just into our 30 to 60 target, as well as our 704 to 710 on ES. If we can flip these, then we'll have another leg. If not, then this will be supply into new 15s, top of range. I've taken off half my risk, so this trade is now free. If we went to if we went all the way down to my stop down at 820, the trade would just be break even. If we fully went to stop, if we can push over 60s, then I will move my stop to break even instead of 820, our lows. And it'll just be my entry will become my stop. So that we secure full gains. If that doesn't make sense, what I just said. So right now, the risk to reward is this, right? If we can flip this 60, then I will move my stop to break even for our push into 2600. That's literally all I'm saying. There's your 710 secondary target on NQ or on ES, as well as our 960 on NQ. Lord. What's up, man? Alright, man. You're good.
10 seconds to the when issued. When issued 3.61%. And then Treasury when issued 3-year yield 3.61%.
All right. This is Russell into our ETHI, where we have to start to worry if we lose momentum here.
3.609% for the 3-year note auction, the US selling $58 billion and awarding 77.54% of bids at high. Primary dealers take 14%, direct 29.5%, and indirect 56.5%. Also, the 6-month bill auction data coming through with the US with the high rate coming in at 3.49%, awarding 42.32% of bids at high, bid cover 3.17%. Combined with the US also, so the US sells $77 billion of 6-month bills. So for the 3-year note, it was a stop through of 0.1 basis points. Seeing 3-year US Treasury yield holding gains after the auction, last up about 0.7 basis points.
Just watching our lower high here off of our hitting our 710s, 7,010, and our 960. Nothing's invalidated, but if we can't get over these little supply areas that I've marked in red, there's potential that we get back into our range and then need to rotate down. So just keep that in mind. Again, I'm in runners. My stops are break even. I'm not looking to change that, but I do see a potential short setting up on the lower time frame if we can't hold our pivots here and flip these red zones. If offer continues to maintain here and you're not already in a trade, I could see that these could be potentially worthwhile for reversions if this continues to hold. So just keep that in mind. I do see this as a potential setup if we flip this, right, where you'd be looking for offer to be in here and then secondaries for a move down like so. But I will be holding my longs. Just just watching to see what Russell does into our target now that we're at ETHI. Lost momentum here, plus lower offers on ES and NQ would result in that pullback that I just mentioned. See if we can flip this and flip this on ES, or if these are going to maintain. Did you guys see this? Like it's literally, well, oh my god, these people. Like this is basically exactly what they were talking about. Right? Like it's this. Right? Like you know what I mean? Like just like the dude just yaps. Like, he has to realize that these stocks are publicly traded and like his words matter. He can't just like on a whim be like, nah, you know what, Exxon doesn't deserve it. Like, do you know how much infrastructure is needed to actually be able to salvage Venezuelan oil? It's like disgusting crude. It's not just like, oh, it's perfect, ready to go. No. Like ExxonMobil was there before, and then Trump's sanctions in 2019 are the reason why they're no longer there, right? Like he's the reason why oil left Venezuela, American oil. It's crazy. Take what back? We're the reason why we left. Like, it's just, it blows my mind.
Iran is said to have sent Russia $2.7 billion worth of missiles.
Oh, Rory's gonna go crazy.
I mean, they just want guarantees, which is totally understandable. Especially after what happened, you know. This dude on YouTube just told me to try watching Fox News, OAN, and Newsmax. ExxonMobil left Venezuela in 2007. Yes, but then they were trying to get compensated until 2019, and they failed to do so. Chevron was still in Venezuela, and everything was cut out. They completely lost all interest in 2019 when they failed to get compensation, and then wrote off Venezuela as a complete loss. Like, what are you talking about? Why are you trying to argue with me? Go away. They lost complete faith in the administration in 2019 when sanctions were applied. Offer holding, just ranging between our two pivots here. There's not really much to talk about. Russell trying to build above our ETH high, that's good.
Bode well for 2026 IT spending.
Yes, retesting highs, NQ lagging a bit, but still holding. Again, I'm just holding runners, break even now. We gotta flip over this offer. Yes, leading up with Russell. If NQ can hold these lows and then flip 60s, then we should have at least another 40 points. But it's just we gotta eat through the supply. Yeah, no, oil companies in Venezuela got absolutely screwed. International courts couldn't do anything. They just lost a ton of money. There's nothing. They need like full confidence that the United States is going to back them up and that a new regime isn't going to just nationalize again and kick them out. If they don't have US backing and guarantees, like it just doesn't make sense. Which is totally understandable. Like it's a completely rational take. Yo, what's up, Sauce? Jesus. Hell yeah. Congrats, bud. Time to go for a run is crazy. Come on, yes, flip this. Let's go. Russell's leading. If yes and NQ can follow. ES target, 717 previous day value high.
Just a reminder, at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, ECB's Villeroy is due to speak.
What's up, man? What are the odds? Of what? I'm not coming to see you to see Bruno Mars. The only person I'd go to see out of that group is Anderson. He's great live. But it's Anderson back as a DJ? As DJ Pee Wee. Hello? What is that? He's just DJing? My brother lives in Columbus. Perfect. Can't believe one battle after another won so many awards at the Golden Globes. Crazy. Best Picture, Best Director, Best Screenplay, Best Supporting Actress. Wait, how did it win Best Picture for musical slash comedy? What?
US natural gas futures extend gains, prices up by 5% on record LNG export flows and colder forecast.
Keep in mind, we're shortly expecting the WASD end stock numbers. WASD in just under 10 seconds now. WASD soybean end stocks 350 million, 350 million, higher than forecast 298 million. Cotton at 4 spot 2 million, 4 spot 2, lower than forecast 4 spot 6. Wheat end stocks 926 million, 926 million, higher than forecast 900 million. And corn end stocks at 2 spot 227 billion, 2 spot 227 billion, which is higher than forecast 1 spot 969 billion.
According to CNN, Machado is to meet Trump on Thursday. That's CNN, citing senior White House official on Trump and Machado meeting.
Re-add? I mean, I don't think that there's anything wrong doing that, but no, I'm not looking to add any. We're too slow. I'd rather just stay in my position for free than do anything else, to be honest. But I don't think it's a bad thing right now. But it would probably, if I added, it would move my break even to like 920 if I added here. Right? So it would just move my average up so much. I don't think there's anything wrong playing off of 920, but that's just like our PVZ hold, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that, but I don't know. If we had a bit more speed, I'd be a bit more of a enjoyer. We're just so slow. Typical Monday. If it was like any other day of the week, I would probably add, but Mondays I try to keep my risk pretty minimal. I don't know, man. Like I said, like there's nothing wrong with it. Nothing's invalidated. We're just making higher lows, but I'm so like happy with my average where I like don't really want to lower my average or sorry, raise my average and then like get caught in chop and then take a break even for no reason. But again, like I said, like nothing's invalidated. We're holding our edges. We're just going up. Yeah, I think that's a good ad. Apple chooses Google Gemini to run its AI-powered Siri.
Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei says Iran's gatherings supporting the government is a warning to the US.
Oh, Lord. Sorry it's such a boring day, but I mean, at least the trade is good. It's just
New York
so
Times,
slow.
the US deal with Taiwan would include
So
TSMC.
slow. Holy. So slow.
Further from this article, then the trade deal would cut tariffs and include commitment from Taiwanese Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation, the island's chip giant, to build more manufacturing plants in the US. The Trump administration is completing a trade deal with Taiwan that would reduce tariffs on the island's exports and commit its largest chip maker, TSMC, to invest significantly more in the US, according to 3 people familiar with the matter. And we have put out the article on the feed for you to read through. Did see some movement towards the upside off the back of that headline on TSMC.
Trump administration nears deal with Taiwan. Okay. Here's a link to the actual article, but I have to find a link that isn't locked. Give me a sec to unlock it. The old remove paywall.
Further from the New York Times, the US-Taiwan deal would cut import tariffs to 15%.
Surely one of these options will work. All right, there we go.
Prior to this, so currently the tariff rate for Taiwan is 20%.
That link I just posted will be the unlocked article if you want to read it. A good website for you guys to remember. I've posted it before, but if you ever are like, if you ever need to unblock something, use this website. It's great.
But from the article, the US-Taiwan trade deal could be announced this month.
Can we just like not trade Mondays? How do you guys feel about that one? I'm just throwing it out there. Like, what if we all just slept in on Monday? And then we just, reevaluated on Tuesday. How do we feel about that one? Well, I tried. This NVIDIA retrace is going crazy. But we're about to push into our IB high here, so interested to see what happens now that we're retesting this after that sell.
According to shipping data, 2 China-flagged supertankers were navigating toward Venezuela to pick up debt-paying oil cargoes, make a U-turn.
All right, well, we wait for this to push to target. Anyone do anything fun this weekend? Anything, you watching anything cool? Do anything cool? What's going on, boys? Went to a wedding? Nice. Sorry for your loss, Jason. Oh, nice. FSU Film
Bank
School.
of France's Villeroy, ECB's Villeroy, says one doesn't change a winning monetary policy. We have won the battle against inflation. CCB's Villeroy speaking in Paris at the moment.
How did she think she did? Nice.
Iran says it may evacuate staff if the UK can't protect mission.
Six hours? Holy, for an undergrad interview is crazy.
Villeroy adds that barring an unlikely shock, the possibility of an ECB rate hike in 2026 is a fanciful theory.
But it is an insanely good program. But 6 hours is crazy for you to pay them money. uh,
Villeroy adds that the ECB is agile faced with downside inflation risks.
Animation? Do they have a... I know they have a good film program. I don't know if... Does that carry over? I'm not sure. I don't know anything about their animation department. I'll have to look. I guess like the basics are still really good. I know that they have like a ton of sets.
France could find itself in the danger zone with markets if budget deficit remains over 5% of GDP.
Yeah, small animation. I mean, it'll still be really great for all of the like the core film classes. Those carry over, of course. Yeah, 10 students is crazy. Yeah, that's an insanely small department. Why does she want to go there specifically for animation? Ringling is great. SCAD's great. They both have great animation programs. I was accepted to both. Ringling is great. Yeah. SCAD is great if you want to go to somewhere like Adult Swim. I went to SCAD, but I was accepted to Ringling, Micah, Cooper Union, MyAd. I mean, basically everywhere. I ended up going to SCAD though because I was following my girlfriend at the time. What a mistake. what a mistake. Not because the SCAD's a bad school, but never follow your girlfriend to college. Do you guys live in Florida? Is that why Ringling and FSU are both options? Yeah, that makes sense. Ringling would probably be better for animation, in my opinion, than FSU if it's an option. That's crazy how brutal of an interview she had at FSU, though. If she was going for like straight film, I think FSU would probably make the most sense. But I just don't know. Like, you kind of want a bigger department, I'm not gonna lie. Just because, like, it's about who you know and, like, who you can build off of. Like, having more people kind of helps the process. I don't know, at least for me, it felt that way. That's why SCAD was great. It's, like, such a huge school. So many different ideas and people to compete with. SCAD's great because Adult Swim is in Georgia. So they immediately hire out of SCAD. I don't know who Ringling's direct contacts are. But I mean, regardless, either one are great schools. Sounds like she's talented.
Surely expected to hear from Fed's Bostic.
Yeah, Ringling definitely has a stronger program.
Sprecher. No text expected, but there is a Q&A with audience.
But it makes sense because it's a school literally dedicated to it, you know? It would be insane if they didn't. But is FSU a state school? It'd probably be way cheaper, right? Because you're a Florida resident. Yeah, no. So the reason why you go to an art school like that is because the companies hire directly out. So like Ringling, SCAD, etc. Like you're gonna be guaranteed an internship if you're even semi-talented, and then you immediately have like their hirings after you graduate. Like your counselor will work with you, and they will try to get you hired. Like the job fairs are go crazy at those kind of schools. They hire you directly out of college from those programs. And usually, like, I don't know who Ringling works with directly. I just know who SCAD does because, like, right, because I've been to the job fairs there. But all of those schools have usually direct connections to employers. Either like professors are working part-time already there, right, and are part-time teachers, or they have like some sort of internship baked in.
We have put out the video on the feed for you to watch. Again, no text expected, but Q&A with moderate Q&A.
You just the way, like, is FSU a state school? I would assume, right? Yeah, it's a state university, so it'll be insanely cheap because you're a Florida resident, and you'd be saving so much money. Ringling and SCAD are just so expensive, even with scholarship. Yeah, exactly. Like, unless you get a pretty solid scholarship, it's rough going to those kind of schools. It's probably what, like 40 or 50 a year. This past summer, 5 students from Ringling took 6 spots. Yeah, exactly, right? So like that's why those schools are worth, because they hire you directly out. Oh, on campus? Yeah, that's insane. 80K a year is insane. What are her scholarship opportunities?
Just reminder at 12:45, we get Fed Spark in participating in a fireside chat at an event organized by the NC Chamber of North Carolina Bankers Association. No text is expected, but there's a Q&A with moderator, and there is no live stream. It is an in-person paid event.
18K is solid. Was that academic or portfolio based? Both? Okay. An option that you can always do as well, and I think that most people should do this, is like if she ends up going to Ringling, you can take a lot of your general ed classes at a school like FSU, right? And then you take all of your art classes at Ringling. That'll lower your costs quite a bit. You can even do it at like a community college, as long as it's accredited. You talk to your counselors at Ringling, and you'd be like, hey, like I'm not trying to pay $5,000 for this general ed class at Ringling. You can take that and then get the same credit at at your state school for $1,000 or $250 or whatever it's going to cost you. That'll save a ton on tuition, and you can take those classes even during like winter break, or you can be like going to both. I did that for all my general eds when I was going to SCAD. I just went to like Akron, like a community college, and took those, and then I just took my major classes while I was at art school, so I didn't have to pay for it because I thought it was highway robbery paying for general ed classes at that price range. It just didn't make sense. Like, what am I going to take a math class for the same price as what I'm paying for like my major classes? It saves you so much money. Yeah, and I mean the APs definitely help, but like you'll still have to take some general eds, like probably a public speaking, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the ones that I took over there. Let's just get them out of the way. Because like I wanted to make sure that I could take as many major specific classes my first and second year to make sure that I didn't waste any time. Because of how expensive it is, you want to take as many classes that actually apply to the things that you think you want to major in. Yeah. It definitely helps. It'll lower that $80,000 cost quite a bit.
Hello, everybody.
Yo,
I am exhausted.
well, you can sit here with us doing nothing and be half asleep.
Hell yeah. One of the dogs last night thought it was a good idea to throw up and breathe at the same time, and got a ton of it in his lungs.
Ugh,
So I've been dealing with that for.
that feels bad.
Yeah, I didn't sleep at all. I know, dude. It's insane, Surf. I've never had problems with animals like the last year and a half with these guys. Like, it's like every 3 months we're in the emergency room paying $2,000 for some stupid. Might as well have just had kids. At this point, it's insane.
Ringling stretches the general eds over. Yeah, again though, you can take those outside of their school as long as it's under the same accreditation. So that cuts down your costs tremendously. Yeah. And like I said, I did most of mine during the breaks. Because they'll offer either an online or a remote, and you can take 1 or 2 classes during your breaks, winter break, etc. Or you can just travel to both if it's close enough, or if they offer an online. I don't know. I had to pay for my school out of pocket, so I did everything I could at the time. Yeah, it's rough. But honestly, all you need to do is survive your first year and a half, build some connections, get your internship, see if you can build anything, and then go from there. So if you can get your full degree, awesome. But if not, it's still worth being there just for the connections. And then a lot of it is opportunity cost. That can lead to your first job, then you don't even need to finish. Doesn't matter. But of course you want to, because the longer you're in school, the more time you have for your Sally Mae loan. I got lucky with mine where I was immediately able to find work in my second year, and then just dropped out, and then was able to pay off my loans immediately because I was able to land a job. But you do you. Just really depends. It's crazy how much of the art world is who you know. Feels bad.
$5 is going to be very expected here from FedSpark, and again, no text is expected. There is a Q&A, but there's no live stream for the in-person paid event.
I saw you've been playing Red Dead, man.
Yeah, I'm back trying it. I've thought since 6-7 years.
Yeah. Is that holding up well?
I'm gonna say yes. What really? Cyberpunk ruined all of these games, to be honest. Just the the way that missions are and stuff, and
Oh,
like
yeah.
the fluidity. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like in like it looks great, and it's still like the writing's phenomenal. It's fun. It's a little nostalgic to get back in, but like yeah, like Cyberpunk had just like ruined everything.
Yeah, like everything is so jam packed and like dynamic. I don't know how to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can even tell, like, you don't notice this, I think, as things progress, but even just like the pathing
Mm-hmm.
of like how smart the map is, and like, I don't know. But I would say so.
Can we just get to target, please? Uh...
Fed bids for 10 units total $11.4 billion. Also, the Fed bids for 3-month bills total $2.8 billion.
Where's Roger, man?
You need an NQ, please.
Oh. Do I have snow? It didn't stick. It tried snowing last night and the day before, but as far as I know, it hasn't stuck. But I haven't looked outside today. But it is old enough for snow.
White House official says Trump will meet with Venezuela's Machado on Thursday.
Yeah, nothing sticking. It's like it's mm,
As a reminder, earlier on, you had a headline from CNBC citing a senior White House official.
it's like 1.6
Venezuela's
degrees
Machado to
Celsius
meet with Trump on
here.
Thursday. Also, 10 minutes away until we get the 10-year note auction with prior high yield of 4.175%, prior bid cover of 2.55, with the US looking to sell $39 billion in 10-year notes reopening. Also, with the 3-month bill prior high yield of 3.54%, prior bid cover of 2.84, the US looking to sell $86 billion in 3-month bills. So looking at some background then for the 10-year note auction, the reopening of the $39 billion 10-year note following a solid 3-year sale earlier, which stopped marginally through the when issued yield at the bidding deadline. The auctions are delivered against a backdrop of markets trimming Fed interest rate cut pricing after Friday's NFP and Sunday's news of Fed criminal investigations of the Fed. Latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net short 262k ultra 10-year note futures and net short 916k 10-year note futures, potential sources of covering demand for the auction. So on an outright basis, 10-year yields have drifted towards cheap end on the narrow of a narrow 4.1% to 4.21% range back to the start of December, which may attract some end user demand. Yields have broadly failed to meaningfully extend through a 4.2% level, which has held since the start of September. Prior 10-year reopenings have been broadly solid, with only one of the past 6 tailing the when issued. The reopenings seen in April, June, July, September all stopped through the when issued by an average of 1.3 basis points.
No snow for 10 years, first year, 10 centimeters. Oh wow. Yeah, we've had
No snow for 10 years.
we've had a decent amount of snow, but it just keeps melting, and then it's like the cycle of slush. You know, it just becomes like super muddy. And then we have snow that sticks for a week, and then it's just rainy. Nothing really lasts. We're in that cycle. It's super dangerous though, because it'll rain like crazy during the day, and then at night it gets cold enough to freeze. So like every night you have to be really scared for potentially like black ice.
5 minutes ago to get the 10-year note and 3-month bill auction data. 10-year yield prior was 4.75%, prior bid cover 2.55. 3-month high yield prior was 3.54%, prior bid cover 2.84. Fitch Ratings says the yen is expected to recover moderately from historical lows. From this, they say they expect the yen to appreciate moderately in 2026, but for it to remain historically weak. They believe the dollar yen 160 remains an important focus for the Japanese authorities, that there is some scope for appreciation as monetary policy normalizes, while other central banks in major economies either cut rates or leave them at current levels. They expect the yen to appreciate by 6% against the dollar this year, the largest expected appreciation against the US currency among Fitch 20 currencies. We have put out the piece for you in the feed for you to read through as well. One minute going to get the winning sheet for the 10-year note reopening. Ten seconds. 4.18%, 4.18% for the Treasury when issued.
Okay, well.
Four spot 173%, 4.173%, bid to cover 2.55, 2.55, the US selling 39 billion and awarding 93.1% of bids at high. US awards 5.8% to primary dealers, 69.6% to indirect bidders, and 24.5% to direct bidders. US 3-month auction, high yield 3.57%, 3.57%, bid to cover 2.79, 2.79, the US selling 86 billion. Awarding 12.52% of bids at high. Seeing the US 10-year note auction, a stop through by 0.7 basis points.
Bid is trying to step here on ES.
Do you guys agree with this psychology? Holy, is that Varg?
$8 is $10. I don't really.
Like,
I
if you
don't
saw an
think
$8
about
game,
stuff
it's
like
like
that.
it's $10. They smoking? Really? I don't know. I think I kind of agree with
White
them.
House Press Secretary Levitt, speaking on Fox News, says Trump tomorrow is touring the Ford factory.
Yeah, I am like an ultimate edition, like addicted person, but I feel like it's content. Like if like in peak, if you get one skin for $10 and no skins for $3, like I'm gonna pay the $10. I'm gonna be honest. Like, you know.
Yeah.
So like I understand what he's saying, but I don't. I think the value proposition is off. They're looking at it at the value of the dollar. Maybe I'm just
Mm.
out of touch. It's like the value of the content, in my opinion.
Well, like this is like how you get your pricing model before you even like float extra content, right? It's like how much are they willing to
Yeah.
pay where it's too much, right? Because now if they can charge $8 and get away with it, maybe they can charge $15 with the skin and they get away with it, you know?
I think especially with like media and stuff like that, like sometimes you look at something and it's like $40 and it's like in that weird where it's like, is this an indie game or is this like
Yeah.
not an indie game that's actually like bad?
Yeah, like
You know,
Dispatch was like $39. I was like, I don't know.
Yeah. And it's like the same way to the upside where it's like, okay, if it's 80, like, is it because it's really good or because they're greedy?
Yeah, I'm usually greedy.
Yeah.
That's what I found.
Because it's usually Ubisoft.
Yeah,
doing
it's usually EA or Ubisoft with their $8
Yeah.
game. Like I'd much rather pay like $50 and then there be like an in-game skin that I buy for $20 to get me up to that total,
Yeah.
rather than just like flat out,
Yes.
Like I'm much more likely to buy a $50 game and then buy a couple skins than just straight up buy an $80 or $100 game. Personally. Oh, Lord. Paying for a movie, a digital copy of a movie, is crazy at this point, Sauce. My dad does that too. I will never understand. Holy.
I like the rental game.
Brother, you could never be me.
Well, when I just don't like when I compare it to the theaters. Like remember
Yeah.
a week or two ago we were talking about the Avatar. Like I'll probably like rent Avatar because it's gonna be so much cheaper than going to the theaters. But
I will pirate everything for the rest of my
yeah,
life. Get me out of here with that.
I do is steal.
It's just like, what are we talking about? Like, I will never condone this new streaming model. It's so gross. I will pirate until they fix their shit. Yeah, I don't know. I can't. Listen, I was all for the streaming platforms until every single company was like, you know what, we need our own streaming platform, and then it just became cable again.
It's just cable.
Yeah, I was a huge streaming fan until then, and then I cut everything and was like, all right, I'll just pirate. Once it became easier to pirate again, yeah, we went full circle. Yeah. Oh my god, my dog just had the largest burp I've ever heard, like echoed through my entire house. Oh, it was crazy. Seven different subs? Yeah, man. Like, what are we talking? Like, what are we doing? And they've made like torrenting just like way too easy. Like it's easier to torrent now than it is to actually like set up 7 different streaming sites. Like it's just it's too accessible.
Yeah, it's a mess.
What the hell is Flickstar VIP?
Oh, I clicked that link.
What is that? So, brother, why their website is the most sus thing I've ever seen in my life. It's literally just a login. What? That's just a. That's crazy.
I had a crash out yesterday because there's like a special soccer match I wanted to watch, and they said it was on ESPN. I was like, okay, I have ESPN through my Disney Plus, and then they're like, oh, to watch this, you actually have to add this $30 package.
Oh yeah, sorry, bud. You only have the basic ESPN.
Yeah.
You need the premium.
And yeah, and I was like, okay, I'll try to watch it on Fubo, and they're like, hey, you need to put your credit card in. And I was like, well, if you would have offered this on pay-per-view for $5, you would have made $5. Now
Yeah.
you make $0.
Just like stop making this so difficult. Just let me pay you money.
Yeah.
Like, what are we?
Surely expecting the Fed reverse repo operation.
It's so bad for soccer too, because like I get it, but all the leagues have different deals with different streaming services. So it's like they just like cuck you.
Oh boy. Do I just take profit here and then like go live my life? Like, what's the plan here, Grotto? Do we care about 18 more points? I took off 1 here. Yeah, I've 2 left, but let's see. I mean, it's still good money, even with MNQ. Still good money. Still a solid trade. But jeez, this is taking forever. God.
Eleven counterparties take free spot 402 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation. Google and Apple entered into a multi-year pact.
Google hit 4 trillion market cap off that news.
A bit more further info, Apple and Google have entered into a multi-year collaboration under which the next generation of Apple foundation models will be based on Google Gemini models and cloud technology. Those models will help power future Apple intelligence features, including a more personalized Siri coming this year. White House Press Secretary Leavitt says Trump believes in independence of the Fed.
Dude, I'll pilot his account. Let me log in. All the liquidities up here at this 2600. Offer sitting at 95, 98, and 26. Just into our target. See if we can hit it. I can't stop yawning, man. I need a nap.
White House Press Secretary Levitt says they are continuing to iron out energy deals with big oil.
Was there supposed to be a press conference? Where's Levitt talking?
Impromptu.
Yeah, what?
German Finance Minister Klingbeil says price floor and partnerships were discussed as options to secure rare earths.
Think I need content? Instagram content? Can't even open it, man.
My Instagram memers. No, you're good, Sauce. Wait, click the link. Did you ever finish Hogwarts Legacy or whatever it's called?
That game was
White House
low-key
Press Secretary
so
Levitt says
good.
Trump doesn't have a timeline for acquiring Greenland.
I should go back and finish it.
Yeah.
It was just so boring because I overpowered myself.
Yeah.
I just like one hit everyone.
The balance in that game was definitely funky.
Well, it's because like I just like the side that again. It's just the doing every mission. Like okay, then you get into the main missions and you're like one hitting all of the statue guys. I'm like all right,
Yeah.
well. But yeah, that game was. I mean, it's beautiful. It also runs incredibly well on the deck.
German Finance Minister Klingbeil says there was no reaction from China to the G7 meeting. And German Finance Minister Klingbeil says discussions on price floors has just started. We need to check the details.
Did your son like it?
That concludes White House Press Secretary Leavitt's comments to reporters.
Yeah, I figure. I remember playing like those Hogwarts games on PC when I was a kid, and they were always a blast. Having something like this where it's like even more open world, it's got to be awesome as a kid.
The Quidditch one was always the best.
Yeah, I haven't played it though. Later, 60 hour. Yeah, it is kind of annoying. That is for sure. Nice pop on Russell. New high. NVIDIA holding IB high is a good sign. We just need these things to move, man. 30 seconds, 2015s. Yeah, an open world. The rumor is that it's going to be by the same people who did Kingdom Come. But I don't know. Hightail launches tomorrow. You guys excited? Yeah?
You can feel the hype.
I'm excited. I've been waiting on Hightail for years. Riot's got to feel like absolute fools giving that up. 1 million pre-orders on a canceled game that they gave back to the original devs.
I
Idiots.
feel like that's like not surprising.
Like, come on, man. I don't understand why it was canceled. I don't know. It's whatever. I'm glad it's
Canadian
back.
officials say fair to expect progress but not definitive elimination of canola tariffs during China visit.
Canola tariffs.
Like they're funded for the next 2 years just off of pre-purchases. Insane.
Oh, Lord.
I thought my Tradeify froze for a second there.
About that time where I've run out of things to scroll on Twitter while I wait for this trade to fully play. Well.
Typed mission control. You've been hanging out with Rory too much, man. Holy.
Bro ditched him for Japan and then never talked to him again. That's crazy. Flaked out on the Japan trip and then ghosted him in the text. Damn.
The sick dog has just hopped up on gabapentin right now, just wandering around the house, banging into everything.
Oh.
It's like, what are these noises? He's just like being a doofus, just like, I can't walk.
Have you been watching Fallout, Mario?
Mm-hmm.
You liking it so far?
I have. Yeah, I understand why like hardcore lore people are upset, because they did literally just like destroy all of the important like New Vegas places, but I think it's good.
Okay.
That's my take. You're not impressed, Basil? Why? I will give my take after I hear yours.
Meta shares slipped 1% as the company to establish Meta Compute Initiative to build gigawatt scale capacity.
Yeah, I think to a certain extent. I understand that point of view. I think that I think they're doing a really good job in telling a Fallout story when people wanted like the story of Fallout, if that makes sense. And they're not doing that.
Yeah, it's like a person in the world.
Yeah.
Well, and it's also hard with this season because they're following 4 different characters. So like season 1, you had like 1 character you were basically following. So it was a lot more screen time, and it felt like it was forwarding quite a bit. And then like you had your secondary character meet your first character, right? The guy and the girl, they meet, and then it's like, okay, now it's a shared story. And now you have 4 split paths that has, are competing with screen time. It's a lot.
Yeah.
So I think that it's a bit hard because of that. So hopefully at some point things converge again so that things feel like they're moving a bit faster. Because yeah, again, like splitting screen time it's gonna feel like it's dragging.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the dragging take.
But again, when they do this, like you saw this a lot with I think a good example of another show where it was split quite a bit is
According to Axios,
shoot,
I
what
feel
was
like
it
the
called?
Lord of the
told Trump that
Rings
Velcro creates a mess.
TV show was kind of like that.
A bit more further info into this article from Axios. A perturbed Treasury Secretary
Oh,
Scott Bessent
Andor.
told
Andor
President
is the
Trump
name
that
of the show.
late
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sunday
that's
that the federal investigation into the Federal Reserve chair made a mess and could be bad for financial markets. 2 sources familiar with the call told Axios.
Andor was like super split season 2 because of how many characters they were following in the beginning, and then they're all kind of converged, and then it became like an amazing mid to end season. So I'm assuming that all of these characters will converge once again, and these stories are going to start to connect. But yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
According to Axios, Bessent didn't question need for a power investigation and wasn't defending the Fed chair in his talks with Trump.
The only show from like this year that I've been disappointed in was the new Witcher season.
I didn't even try to watch it. It's bad or what?
Well, I don't think I wouldn't say it's bad, but like, because I read all the books and like Henry Cavill was completely correct because he left because he disagreed with the direction that the director was like taking Geralt in terms of his actions. And if you don't like, if you haven't read the books, it's fine. But if you have, like, it doesn't make sense the things he does.
Yeah.
Because like the whole real story of The Witcher is like an ethical battle between doing what's right and like doing like or what's ethically right versus morally right, and like when you show like compassion and stuff and when not to, and they kind of just like threw that out the window in a way.
Yeah, it
And
doesn't
like
have
you
like
see
the
some
soul of
things,
the novels.
yeah, you're like Geralt would not make that decision. Like,
And in the novels as well, like there's a lot of like internal monologue of like his thought process, and so like if you don't like we know how he thinks.
yes.
Yeah, I definitely can see where you're coming from.
Because like I was trying to like explain some of that to Abby, and she's like, "Oh, I think it's fine," and it's like, well, that's because this is your like starting point of view.
Yeah, you're casual.
Yeah.
Cavill is not a casual. Dude is loves that series with a passion.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I can totally see why he was so frustrated for sure. Fanfic that got a budget, yeah. I mean, you're not wrong.
The S&P 500 hits intraday record high, last up 0.2%.
We just hit target on ES into 17 to 20. And Q's still just holding out here for our 2600. If we flip 2600, I think we have another 100 points up, but that would be for my runner target, like I have labeled here. But we've basically hit target. This was just that supply that we were taking out these highs here at this 95 to 2600, right? That's what we based this off of. If we can flip this though, then I would expect us to come up into these wick highs from December. Yeah, we got to get back into this range though. What is that? Yeah, that's we're trying right now. If we can get over this 26, if we can build at this 990, then we should be able to come up into these highs, would be my assumption, which is what we've got labeled as for our plan.
API chief, workforce security policy reform needs to be in place in Venezuela for US oil industry to move in.
If I don't have another target on ES, I guess I should do that while we're. I don't know though, because like, what would the fib target even be?
Like 50-ish.
Yeah,
That's so far that
40 is what
that's
I've got.
tough.
40 to 50.
Yeah.
40 to 50. So that would be your upper target for runner if we could flip the 20. But again, I don't know if we do much more today. If we do, it'll have to. I don't know. We just don't have like speed, man. Like I can't gauge anything. We're just drifting up to target. It's hard. That's why I haven't really been saying anything after our initial sizing this morning. It's like nothing really exciting. We've done the thing. I mean, it's still like a $2,000 trade from here to here. It's not bad per contract, you know, for our 70s. It's not terrible, but time-wise, like it could be much better. It's just a typical Monday. So slow.
That's it. You didn't have to do those other 4,000 resets, man. We only needed 6,000.
According to the API chief, US Oil Trade Group is working with the administration to fill strategic petroleum reserve.
So Roger is around. He'll laugh at my meme, but not give me an NQ, please. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's what he
Oh.
does. Just a tease.
Bro's selfish. Like, he can't move the market for us? Like, what is this? Will steal my meme, though? Come on. I couldn't even, like, bait him with the, with a One Piece Twitter post. That's crazy. I really thought I was going to get him with that one. New One Piece Season 2 trailer dropped for the live action. Any giveaway set? No. Only thing I have to give away, bud, is this free trade. That's hit to target 2. That's all I got for you. Why did no one tell me about those bare naked chicken nuggets? The Just Bare
What?
ones or whatever? Have you guys heard of these? I got these
Wait.
at Costco the other day. They're so good.
Yeah.
Slap.
I can't believe you've been sleeping on. Okay, so Costco has their own brand that's like cheaper and they're exactly the same.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You know what
Can't
it's
believe you've been
called?
sleeping on those.
Well,
What
I
are you
don't
doing?
usually. I mean, I usually just like make chicken. I don't know. I don't.
No, those are great.
I don't usually like buy frozen chicken like that. But I bought a bag.
Those are the best chicken nuggets ever.
Yeah, they're solid. Macros are
Yeah,
like really good as well.
There is a Costco brand or Costco branded, whatever it is.
I cut 40 pounds on just these. Just eating chicken.
I actually had those for dinner last night.
Hell yeah. What did you eat with them, or did you just eat chicken?
Rice and sweet potatoes. Put a little yum yum sauce on. Done. Some cucumber.
Like, how did you get your full nutrition? Rice and some frozen veg mix? Okay, yeah, gotcha. You're like a pretty small dude. You cut 40 pounds?
You should have seen them before the cut.
No, I'm not like, I don't mean it like you're, I just mean like not fat. Like, sorry, I forgot. You're like a.
Our mom Dami told me that you're the skinniest guy in the entire state.
I don't know. Like Obi lost 40 pounds, and that made sense to me. You know what I mean?
40 pounds is crazy.
40 pounds just seems like a lot for you.
I'm kind of fat, and I don't think I could lose 40 pounds right now.
Oh.
Oh, so you just wanted to slowly kill yourself. Nice, congrats. What, 10%?
I wanted to put my body into atrophy.
Yeah, like, what? You're like, I worked so hard, so I'm gonna just waste it all away, literally. It's insane.
6 foot, you're supposed what? 200 is technically overweight. So yeah, 190 isn't bad. But I mean, like you're like a lot of muscle. So I don't know. Even then, it's crazy. Yeah, I can imagine.
That's the best Varg take. So I starved myself, and I felt like I was starving myself.
Dude, this market is so slow.
I'm surprised that we don't have like White House volatility today. I thought we would be ripping.
I'm expecting a decent bid here at 60 if the market's going to continue to go up. Let's see what we can do. Dude, what is going on? Just you guys on Instagram? Yeah, okay. Phone is blowing up. And it's just a Varg not knowing how to type a paragraph without pressing enter every sentence.
Musk on Apple and
turning into
Google
Rory.
valuation says seems like an unreasonable concentration of
Yeah,
power for Google, given that they also
52190.
have Android and Chrome.
Rory special.
Oh, and it's just him making fun of me because I said I was small. I'm sorry, man. I just meant not obese. That's all I meant, man. I promise. No, you're good, bro. I was just wondering what was going on with my phone. You're good. I'm fully capable of turning notifications off.
I would never turn Varg's notifications off.
Yeah, man. It's a tough battle. Because if I have them off, then I never look at that. I'll never look. But, you know, it's just one of those things.
If you have them muted, you don't have to turn them off.
Hmm.
It's a pro move.
Lord. Is there like anything we can do right now? Well, we just sit here. I wish I could like stream YouTube without getting our channel permabanned. It's crazy that I can't even do that. Like we got one of these headlines and it did nothing, you know? Good bit off that 60 liquidity, but just coming back up to our edge here on NQ short term. Watching to see our reaction as we push into our value of previous candle here at 75. This is where you'd expect the offer to be sitting if sell side was going to have control of the 75.80. We need to see this flip, get back over that POC, and then we can rotate back up to our highs. Mark, did you watch the first 2 episodes of Jujutsu Kaisen? Season 2? Or season 3, sorry. Oh. I was unaware. The pacing is really odd in the show. I don't know. I don't know, just like the pacing per episode is just odd. I don't know how to describe it other than that. I'll have to read it to see if it's any different, but it just feels...
Bergam says low oil prices an opportunity to fill SPR.
It feels odd. I don't know how.
Currently, US Interior Secretary Bergam is speaking on CNBC.
Yes, very disjointed is a great way to describe it. Yeah, disjointed is I don't know. There's something about it that I've never really been like the animation's great, but the story is kind of like mid. Maybe I'll get hate for saying that. I don't know, Mario, have you watched any of it?
I have, but like I've never sat down and watched all of it.
Yeah.
I haven't watched any of the new season, I should say. I think that was your actual question.
You've watched probably season 1. Did you watch season 2? Or
I don't know.
Yeah.
Abby really likes it. Like I've like seen episodes, but like I've never.
that's kind of how I feel, XY. I don't know. Like the animation is good, but it's like I don't know. Pacing and like the disjointedness of it is just like very odd. Just really pretty to look at. Yeah, that's how I feel about Demon Slayer as well though. It's just pretty.
We're definitely in a time where things that just like look good isn't good enough anymore. Like everything looks pretty good now.
Yeah. Mario, is this the alternative? The
US Interior Secretary Bergam says we need to bring more natural gas
sorry,
online,
one second.
producing electricity to help meet the demand.
Is this the Kirkland brand version?
US House Speaker Mike Johnson says he intends to let the Fed chair
Yes.
Powell investigation play out and not jump to conclusions.
I think they're even made like in the same
that makes
like
sense.
factory. Like it's literally just repackaged.
Seems to be the case for most of their new 15s 10 seconds.
Interior Secretary Bergam says we think we're seeing a historic shift where OPEC's power is going to be diminished.
Let me see if they have them at my Costco. Okay, yeah, so it's like $2 cheaper than the Just Bear brand. Is it the same amount? 64
so.
ounces? Yeah, 4 pounds, 4 pounds.
According to the Wall Street Journal, US is weighing Iran's offer for diplomacy.
Can Iran offer anything right now? What?
What'd you say?
Because they said Iran is offering U.S. diplomacy, but like, how can that government
Oh yeah,
offer anything? Like,
you're not wrong.
I'm confused.
They can't
This
even
deal is
offer
good for-
anything to their citizens right now.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
deal's
Little
good for
further
4
info into this
days.
article from the Wall Street Journal. The White House is weighing a last-ditch Iranian offer to engage in diplomacy over curbing its nuclear program, even as President Trump currently leans towards authorizing fresh military strikes on Iran. This is according to a US official.
Military strikes right now is crazy.
We have posted the article on the feed for those interested.
Any new snacks I should get at Costco in this order that I'm about to place? Anything worth, boys?
I gotta do my Costco trip like this weekend.
Mm. I don't really see anything new in there.
I haven't seen those. Those look good.
Korean sweet and spicy puffs. Let me see if they have them. I'll try them. They're good, kids. They don't have them at mine. Feels bad.
According to Democratic Senator Warren,
Is that from the
told
like
Trump
Shanghai
Congress could pass
brand?
credit card rate
Is
cap.
that the brand is? At the top, I guess I can zoom. So bad, no.
You could buy a 1 ounce gold bar. Thanks, man.
Hell yeah.
Good suggestion. True. I could.
I also have new cat couches.
What is a cat couch?
Let me see if I can find the link.
almost full retrace here. Like we talked about, if we flipped over our POC here at our 80 to 75, you can see that immediately flipped, and then we were able to then bid off of that, off of the lack of offer there, right? From our 60 bid, rotated up into the POC. That POC then became supportive, and now we're rotating back up to these highs. No change, just a range rotation. ES continuing to push. Russell coming back down to 45, it looks like. We'd love to see it bounce there at 45 at our PVC value into that LVN. What is that?
Cat couch.
That's
The couch
crazy.
for cats. They were on sale last weekend.
That is crazy. Lesser evil popcorn? What? What makes it, I mean, yeah, but like what makes it less evil? It's just popcorn, right? I just make my own popcorn. You guys don't just like make popcorn? I just have like a, you know, like a 2-gallon jug of kernels above, and then I just like pour them in, you know, and I microwave it, and then it's popcorn, you know? You guys are paying for popcorn?
Big Popcorn doesn't want you to know that you can just make it at home.
Like what are we, what? That's not about, it's just about it being accessible, man. Yeah, I just buy the kernels. I have like a silicone microwave popcorn thing. And you can season it with whatever you want. But I don't have to worry about things going stale. But coconut oil butter is not a bad idea. I'll have to try using coconut oil. I'm a huge popcorn enjoyer. Yeah, get you one of these. Oh, that's a crazy link. Never mind. Like $11. All right, so the only snack recommendation was something that doesn't exist at my store. I guess that's my order then. You guys have failed me. All right, we finally hit our 2600 target on NQ. Russell at our 45 now, watching to see if we can bounce here at our PVZ value high. Still need to flip these. If we can flip, we'll be looking to head up. I don't really have anything NQ wise until we can show interest above this. I would say that this is where we'll be watching. If we can build above this pivot here at our 26,000 to like 010, if we can build above our PVZ reversion zone, right, make this our edge, we're in a very good position for just expansion higher for the rest of the day. That'd be my guess. But again, we have now reached target 2. You can either full close. I would suggest that you just move stops up and you secure, you know, at least 2/3 of your position now that we've hit full target. And now you can leave for an expansion target into 090 on NQ, as well as ES into 040 on any runner. But again, until we can push above this, I would assume that this is where we'll meet supply for quite a bit. It only took the entire day for this trade to play.
To a reporter on X, a bipartisan delegation of lawmakers led by Senator Chris Coons is headed to Greenland to meet with high-ranking Danish officials and business leaders.
So I think I might postpone it because I just do not have the
NYMEX
energy to do it
WTI crude
tomorrow.
settles at
But it'll be on like
$59.50 a
Delta by
barrel,
price,
up
and
38
or like
cents or
walking through
0.64%.
kind of like a
NYMEX
checklist
gasoline
at the
February
beginning
futures
of the
settle at
day
around $1.79
to
a
have
gallon.
idea.
NYMEX diesel February futures settle at around $2.15 a gallon. And NYMEX natural gas February futures settle at around $3.40.
Last week's is not up, but we just did like a high level overview of goal setting. So like last year's are more applicable in terms of material because there wasn't any new material. I will get it up, but in terms of, like I said, it was basically just a review of things we've done previously and quite extensively as well. Yes, lift.
Into our 10s. Again, this is our reversion zone off of PVZ. See if we can flip this 26,000 to 010, make it supportive. That would be great. We got our bounce off of our 45s on Russell at our PVZ high, which led to this nice little pop on NQ and ES. Later, Surf. My God, my Teams chat is going nuts. What's going on? These Lego Pokemon sets are crazy cool, but they're so expensive. Holy.
Lego Pokemon set.
Yeah, man. They just like released like huge Pokemon builds, but they're so expensive. Surf will probably enjoy these. I don't think they're smart Legos.
We have posted the article from AP News on the feed for those interested.
It's like $650 though. Jesus.
Yeah, Legos ain't cheap.
And you know the resale market's gonna make those like a billion. Like,
Yep.
it's insane. This 2600
Those are
flip
cool.
was great. Yeah, aren't those
Pfizer CEO
sweet?
says the White House is willing to help on foreign drug prices.
This bid from our 60s is really great, and now this flip over our 26,000 is pretty solid. I'd like to see a bit of a better retest if we can build here above our reversion zone. I really do think that we're in expansion territory. Same thing with ES here. If it can build at this 20, we'll be in a pretty good spot for that. Especially if we can just hold this 17 to 20. It's our previous day value high, right? We can build here. That should lead to the ability to expand if we show interest above that. This is now where we keep our eye on it. Just move your stops up. Let it play.
According to CBS News, the US allows Mexico to provide oil to Cuba despite Trump's vow to cut off supply. We have posted the article from CBS News on the feed for those interested.
Mario, did you see that Star Wars overhaul for Starfield?
Yes.
Are you gonna get it?
Maybe. It looks actually crazy.
100 gigs is
People seem
crazy.
to really be liking it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole new game.
Yeah, it's insane.
They read every texture.
Mm-hmm. It's always 1 billion. Listen, the only AI that I actually think has I'm totally fine with AI in the medical field. That actually makes sense to me. Everything else is just a waste of money. We don't need another AI chatbot. Please. Like the stuff that they're doing with in radiology with AI is very cool. This company, Terra Recon, so cool. This is the stuff that we should be focusing in on. Instead, we get AI girlfriends.
The people what they want.
Yeah, but that company, it's like they like can do, you get like a CT done and then it does like a full 3D model of like your internals on every layer, like all of your like nervous system or like of all of your major arteries, and then it'll do like bone scans as well and do like 3D models that a doctor can go in and like actually see the damage and like work around different layers. It's so cool. And then it does analysis on top of it. Like that's the stuff we should be focusing on. It's things that are actually helpful, not this slop.
Yeah, it's insane. Yeah. Well, maybe that's what's funding it, you know? It has to, we have to have that so that it can continue to draw interest for investors. Maybe. Oh. Is TradingView footprint reliable? It depends on how you use it. I think for the way that I use it, it is. More of like a mid time frame, like a higher time frame view. I think if you're trying to do anything lower than that, then it's not incredibly useful. Because it's based off of aggregate data, right? And so it doesn't have like the in-depth order flow data that you need for a footprint to be incredibly accurate on the smaller time frames, right? Because you're not actually getting real in-depth volume data on TradingView. You're getting aggregate data. So if you're using it on like a 15-minute, I think it works fine. But if you were trying to do like smaller time frame than that, I don't think that it would be very accurate. But I always have my Tradeify footprint open next to it. Yeah. So like I said, I have Tradeify open as well with a footprint chart that's also on a 15, just to make sure that things are accurate enough. And they're usually pretty good with trading views, but I'm always double checking just in case. But I mean, I would say that if you were going to use between NinjaTrader and Sierra Charts for sure. Android. NinjaTrader and Tradeify are the same thing. It's the same company. Mm-hmm.
Brent crude futures settle at $63.87 a barrel, up 53 cents or 0.84%.
This is like what my this is what my Tradeify footprint looks like compared. Same time frame. Make TOS great again. They just need to get with the program. Like, I don't understand why Schwab hasn't wanted to do an overhaul. I really don't get it. Like, they're just losing market share for no reason. I don't understand.
It's boomers.
Like, they were so ahead of the game, and then they were so behind. Like, I don't get it. That K-pop Demon Hunters movie won more awards. Should I actually watch it? Is it actually worth?
I don't know. I had to watch it 1,000 times, so my opinion is different.
What, your like girlfriend likes it or something?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean,
What does she love about it? The music? Is she like a music-y?
She does like the music.
Okay.
The music is okay for what it is.
I've just never like whenever I meet people who are like can rewatch the same thing over and over again, it always like kind of blows my mind. So I always wonder like what does she get out of it, out of her, fifth watch, other than like singing along.
Beats me, man.
Do I get the data feed from a broker or does it come with the platform? With Tradeivy, you get it with you buy data via Tradeivy. So you just buy like the data package and then you'll get it. There's no outside provider. But with like it's not like Sierra charts where you buy your data separately. And then you can like choose which data you want. Tradeivy only has one connection. If that makes sense. But you don't get any data for free. No platform is going to give you data for free. You'll just have level 1. You'd need level 2 for footprint. Okay, no, never mind. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, Tradeivy is the broker as well as the platform. Whereas like Sierra Charts is just the platform that you then connect your broker to. Sorry. Worded that poorly. I think I might need to go to the doctor for my knee. I don't know what's going on with it. Oh, so much pain.
You need to just shrink literally 13 inches.
That'd be nice. Like feels like I almost have liquid in my knee. Like I don't know how to describe it.
Get a little cortisol shot or something.
Yeah.
A decent chunk of liquidity sitting here on 25 on ES.
ES leading, NQ still holding where we need it to, but no new high. Russell still rotating in this oscillation off of 45s into our value high here, just building out this node at our ADR. See if NQ can make this push over these wick highs.
US regulators say credit risk for big bank loans still moderate.
Highs taken on NQ. ES continuing to lead. New 15s have opened. POCs are flat on NQ, but holding above. ES liquidity still present at this 0.20 below. See if we can get a continuation up, or if we'll have to come back to test into that liquidity off a footprint. Dude, so many things are closing in this city. It feels so bad. Ugh. Downtown is in shambles right now.
Everybody got to move to Ohio.
I don't know what's going on. It's like restaurants all over are closing, apartment buildings are foreclosing, like just no one has money. It's crazy. My like Oh yeah, I mean the rent here is it's like still like one of the lowest in the countries, but it's rising faster than anyone else now in Cleveland because it was so low. It's catching up. And like with all of the students that were foreign exchange students, like that couldn't come back into the country afterwards, like all of our apartments are like screwed because they had huge loans that they took out to like make all these luxury apartments downtown. And then all of like the students that were living them couldn't get back into the country for another semester with Trump's bans. Like local economy here is just in ruins. It's crazy. I don't know, like 6 restaurants on our street have gone down, 2 bodegas have closed this week, and then like 3 apartment complexes just went into foreclosure. Like it is not good. Yeah. I don't know, it's kind of depressing. Like I want to like help out as many like businesses as I can, but like it's no one is going out. Crazy. I don't know, because I try to eat out at like or at least once or twice a week at like smaller businesses.
According to a Politico
But
report on X,
like
House
no
GOP
one else
leaders
is
plan to
going
put
out.
the next
I don't
funding
know.
package up for a vote Wednesday night, per sources.
Rough. I don't know, man. I don't know if I want to be here for the last hour.
Yeah, we're not doing much.
Like maybe this will be a look above balance and then a look below and then we continue on our way, but like seems like we just kind of have to come down to this liquidity first on us while we wait. Maybe RTY can hold like this break of structure here at our halfway back, and then that'll lead to something. I mean, NQ is building where it needs, but like it's just, I don't know. Need to get back over 10s, or I could see us like dipping something like this first. The problem is like these idiots are offsides now above. Bid showing at 95 on NQ. RTY POC is attempting to shift here. Yes, again, just coming down to that liquidity and no change. It's back to our 20s. Good hold of our 26,000 on an NQ, coming back up to our 10s. Again, that needs to go supportive if we want to go higher on NQ, or that'll just be that offer sits. Offer sitting into that 10, top of range there on retest. Downtrend holding so far. Watching our retest of our low once again into our big old pivot here, 26K. Again, we need to see the look back above, or the offer is going to just stick and this downtrend will hold. Ew, I hate that it's showing up over here.
BlackRock's Rick Ryder says stories on meeting with Trump on the Fed roll are reasonably accurate.
Into our ES liquidity here from our pop-up. Watching our reaction across the board, seeing if we can find someone to trap or if this is going to offer and then continue down on a flip.
BlackRock's CIO, Rick Ryder, says the Fed has to get the interest rate down to 3%. He's currently speaking in a CNBC interview.
New 15s have opened. We're just waiting for ES and RTY to find a low here. NQ will follow suit afterwards. Offer at 10 still holding, now holding our lower edge at 04. Trying to push down. We're watching to see if we can trap liquidity here once once ES finds this liquidity, and then NQ can pop back up, or again, like if we're just gonna have to rotate all the way back down to our previous structure. I don't have an answer for you yet, too slow. Last hour of the day. And they're trying to absorb here into 95 where that bid was resting. Taken in some contracts, but no confirmation yet. Yeah. I'll be much more comfortable with this 95 hold if we can flip back over 010.
Liquidity came back in on ES on the 24-25 area as well. Down.
Hmm. For me, it's just like what happens as we rotate down into this liquidity here. I want to see them basically eat into this and then pop back through if we're going to continue on our way. With Russell flat, like I'm not like really bearish here. It's just a reversion from our reversion zones off of a failure to hold. But as ES goes for this liquidity down into 17 to 20. With that being said, like I'd like to find an actual entry for a continuation and not just recognize where we could go. Like I'd like to be able to add to this trade instead of just sitting in it. But basically, like, if we don't find our low here into this yellow zone, I probably just close my runner from lower and then reevaluate, because we'll probably come back down to like 940, 960 if we don't hold here into our 90. Yeah, I think 05 is a fine short off of the range low hold. I think this just has to be kind of your first target into 87.92 area, right? Stuff this POC from the previous 15. Secondary targets, I'd look for like 960 if this flips. If not, then we'll just rotate here for a bit while we wait for ES to retest previous day value high here at our 17. This is your current offer. Okay. Downtrend persisting. This would be a great secondary target, in my opinion. And then if this flips, then 60s seem very likely for just the reversion to value. Right, with our value being here. So it's like we either find liquidity here and then can flip back above this for the bid, giving you a nice long, or this flips and then we look for one more leg down into our value edge, be my guess. Just watch your downtrend, still intact. Nice trade. Yeah, not bad at all, for sure. I've fully closed off of my 875 average, and I'm waiting to see if we flip back over 10s or not. Russell back down to bottom of range here at 45s, bottom of our oscillation. If it can find a bid here, then I think the market's okay, but if not, then I'd expect us to have to revert back down to 42 before we find a low cross market. holding our lows so far, but need to break down trend. Again, we're just back to POC here. Watching to see if we can find our bid. I don't know. I mean, we got to flip the 10s for me to care, or this will just be our reoffer point, and it doesn't really matter. It's got to flip this, or it will just offer and then continue down.
Lots of absorption here in ES.
New 15s. Watching to see if we find an entry here on either the short or the long. So far, just at our pivot. Watching to see if we can build below our POC from previous candle or above our value. It's a little two-sided. If the offer holds here at our 87s on retest after that sweep from our 93, then we'll look for, I think, a downside to just our value edge here at 74s. Just keeping an eye on it and see what we can do. Russell still holding where we need. It's a bit iffy. ES still holding previous day value high, no change. This is our 17.
According to the New York Times, Meta plans to cut 10% of Reality Labs business staff.
If this offer holds here at this 87 to 93 now, then rotation down makes a lot of sense. Later, Varg.
Bye.
See what our reaction is here, boys. Can we hold on recovery of our edge, or does 95
Telex
continue to
Telegram
hold?
majority leader Foon
We want to
says
see
the
them
DOJ
stick
probe
and
makes
hold
Fed chair
below POC
confirmation
to value
challenging.
of our previous candle if we're going to continue downwards. If we flip and then bid, I'm interested. Until then, we have to just wait to see if this can hold like so for higher lows, for rotations up, or if offer is going to stick here. Into our 95, see if the bid can step above and then hold, or if offer sticks here. This is our value of previous candle. This is where our sellers need to either be, and then we step back below 87s, or we'll look for this to then become our high, and then look for the offer to step below and then hold. I need to see either the flip or nothing's changed, right? I want our previous value to become supportive, or this will just offer and chop, which will lead to our secondary leg below this, in my opinion. It's just oscillating, bro. Literally it. Holding our 45 back up to our highs. So as soon as RTY hits the highs and we lose momentum and NQ and ES are already bearish, market goes splat. Yeah. I mean, they're trying to absorb the absolute hell out of this low, but we're not going anywhere up when we test highs, right? There's no secondary that wants to step in, just someone absorbing, so it's just not ready. So you can either look for the offer from the lack of the initiative secondary buyer above, right? Now we're just watching to see if we get a lower high that'll actually stick and then flip this for a rotation back down to that 60, or are we going to just like stagnate here into close and then get the move, you know, in the last 5 minutes with MOC or something annoying, which is possible. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I see the person who's buying here, but I don't think it's a good buy. I either want us to like push over 10s for the bid and see like I mean like you could look for 95s if we saw like a very clear bid and pop, and that'll hold, and then play that 95 to 87 as your support. But I'd much rather either look for the liquidity down into 60 or look for the secondary bid over 10s for longs. Like that makes way more sense to me once we get back over this value and show it as supportive off of a trap here. Until then, like this just feels like a seller who's going to rotate us back down to this 60. Is it going to be a clean move? I mean, I don't know. I'm just telling you what I see, you know. This can go either way here. And with how slow we're moving, it's like I'd much rather play with the offer to the down than the up, and then watch for a better buyer that has a bit of more initiative higher. This should be your first target into 73 to 67. This is that POC reversion. You're playing off of the offer at 85 to 96. We have to get below this guy at 60 to 66 for anything more. We're going to go down. That POC shift has to become resistance. Once we do that, then we'll have potentially more, but I think that this is a high likelihood for a liquidity grab. We'll see. So again, it's just looking for initiative moves and then secondary moves as our entries, and then using that initiative move as our risk. It's the same thing what we would look like for on a long if it was going to flip. Like we want to see an initiative buyer step us over, just like this stepped us under, and then I want to see that offer where this sweep was hold as our resistance for a lower high for a continuation down. Just like I would want to see an initiative buyer step us over those highs, and then secondary buyers then hold it as supportive, and then this would become our risk for the long. We need to see some sort of initiative participant before we can go any direction. Or at least for me, like I don't want to be stuck in a chop. It's miserable.
Can someone get Rory in here to give us an NQ, please, or something?
New 15s. POC from previous candle sitting at our 87.75 above. Later, Zeno.
So, Zeno. NQ is going to be pretty bearish until Nvidia can find this low.
1 minute remaining for the market on close imbalance.
MOC 1 minute, expect volatility back into our offer here. Buyer tempted at our like 87, 90 area. Doesn't really, you know what I mean? The buyer's there, but absorbed so far into our pivot. Watching reoffer. POC is attempting to shift here. Russell trying to break highs. ES doing nothing sideways, but holding POC from previous candle. So buyer still very present below. Retesting our edge here at our 20 on NQ on ES. If offer sticks here and then gets back below 17s, I'd expect downside into MOC. If we can flip 20s and hold it as supportive after MOC wick, I'd expect upside continuation. So just keeping an eye on our pivot, watching to see if we can flip this or if this is going to continue to hold. Pushing down off of a hold of our lows, no change.
500, sell side 400 million.
Into our 60.
Sell side 781 million. Dow 30, sell side 529 million. Mag 7, sell side 760 million.
Took off a little bit more. Again, 60 to 40 is where I expect us to be. As we push into that, let's see what happens.
In 10 minutes time, we have the South Korean import price year on year, prior 2.2%. South Korean export price year on year, prior 7%. In 10 minutes time also, we have the NZIER confidence, prior 18.
Immediate bounce off of 60 so far. This is our ETH high from this session. Just watching to see if we hold here or if we flip. Need to get below 60 to 40 for me to care, or this will just be where I expect absorption to occur.
Surprised at the low size on ES during the MOC.
In 5 minutes' time, we have the South Korean import price year on year, prior 2.2%, South Korean export price year on year, prior 7%, and the NZIER confidence, prior 18.
Oh, I have some new stickers I need to add. I forgot I bookmarked those. If you didn't risk off on your first attempt into 60s, this is giving you another opportunity to do the same. No change until we can flip below 60 to 40 and offer it. I am not really interested in looking for a continuation trade. If we can get below into close, then you'll have that. But I think that this is where price definitely tries to settle. See what happens. Russell testing our highs. Yes, no change. Nothing to really write home about. Just a reversion to our liquidity that was present here before. Sell side is definitely trying to push us down, but I just don't know. I'm holding a few runners from 86, but not many. Just 3 contracts left. Good hold so far. They're trying to push us below 60 now. So much liquidity into this close here.
Minute remaining. I'll be leading with South Korean export price year on year. Meta platform shares fall in volume spike, last down 1.6%. 10 seconds.
Bid at 50, now moving to 45s. Taking off a bit more here.
NZ IER confidence 48.48.
One left. Took off 2 more into 50.
Still waiting on the South Korean data. NZ IER publishes their quarterly survey of business opinion. The NZ IER says that net 22% of firms expect to hire workers in Q1. NZ IER says the net 3% of firms reported worse trading in the fourth quarter, and a net 23% of firms expect better trading in the Q1. NZIER says net 48% of businesses expect the economy to improve, and that 25% of businesses expect to raise prices in Q1.
Okay, well, that was good. Got at least one last
New
trade
Zealand
there
G4
from our close
business
of our
confidence,
longs from
48%
875, getting
versus
stopped out.
18% previous quarter.
Flipped, and then played the short down off of our pivot into our 60 to 40. If we flip back over 010s and after hours, I think that there's potentially a nice little long for our push up into 090, but until then, I don't really have much to do here. It's just back into this range that we were trading. If we can hold it, sweet. If not, if we flip below 40s,
So just to reiterate, New
probably
Zealand
headed back
Q4
down to
business
900
confidence 48% versus 18% previous quarter.
to head for
New
this.
Zealand Q4 capacity utilization 89.8% versus 89.1% in the previous quarter.
Reminder for the handful of you guys still here, CPI tomorrow. PPI Wednesday, but I said earlier, I'm still surprised we're not getting more Washington catalysts.
Okay, I will see you all tomorrow. Sorry, today was kind of boring. It's just kind of just like sit and hold the trade all day, and then got one short at the end. But other than that, pretty lackluster. Easy day.
I will have energy tomorrow. Hopefully. All right, goodbye, friends. Peace.
Here, let me post this just before I dip. Copy. Image is too large. Sick. Okay, let me open in browser and then take another screenshot. There we go. Like I said, just sat in longs all day from our 75 from this morning. Closed into our first target, let those run. Pushed into our third target. We flipped short off of our hold here, just like we have on screen, and then played that down into our 60. That's all I did. I tried to add, that add failed, right? Our stop then became our short. But that's it for me. Okay. What are the rays? These are positions closing. So these, if they're green, it means it was a green trade. This is my entry. These are exits. So it marks where I exited and if the trade was profitable or not. This is just Tradeify. So we had one red trade, and that was me trying to add to my runner here. You see how I entered here and I exited here? So it created a red line. And then we shorted the pivot of where I tried to add as our offer. And then we played that down to 60. That's this. And this was our long today. So I went long what time? I went long at 10:45 this morning, 11, yeah. When we were on stream and we were talking about it, yes. Entry vehicle? Entry mechanic? It's just us holding our value. No change. My drawings. Go full screen. So we were using, our risk was just us holding our value low to POC. As long as we were building here, I didn't really care. We were holding our 30-second opening range in VWAP all open, right? This is our 30-second opening range. Got a really nice initial bid off of it. And then VWAP was like this. It's like this. And then we just built out our PVZ here. And my PVZ value low to POC was just our risk. We were just playing around that, and we were using it as a, this is of course, I mean, you can go back and stream, we talked about this, but it was a 1-to-1 trade sauce into this high until we were able to expand over our target. So it looked like this for the most part today. Until we were able to expand above. So we had a 1-to-1 risk to reward playing off of our POC here. And we were looking to play up into the gap. So took off our first risk. And then when we were able to flip above this, we were looking for our secondary targets into 2600, which is what happened. And then, yeah. Just left runner to run once we were 1-to-1. And then we moved our stops from this 820 to just break even at our 70s. And then just let that thing play. It's just an upside. 50 points though. I mean, just use less leverage. It's not that big of a deal. I don't know what to tell you. We're moving way too slow for anything else. The 1-to-1. I stream Tuesdays and Thursdays in Discord. I don't know. I mean, risk to reward wise, it totally makes sense. Like, you don't have to play with huge size to make money off of it. It's just like if we're playing for a higher target and I'm not scalping like crazy, then I'm just going to have a larger stop, and then just let things run. It seems like a lot of you can't follow and I scalp like crazy, so doing stuff like this just makes more sense of just like, okay, well, this is what we're gonna do. We'll hold for break even. Like, we know that nothing's going to invalidate until we push below this, right? So there's no reason to care as long as we're just chilling
US
here.
stocks and bonds rebounded from
We'll just
the session
rotate like
lows,
this.
though caution lingered after the Trump administration intensified criticism of the Federal Reserve, stoking worries about the central bank's independence. The S&P 500 reversed earlier losses to set a fresh record, but anxiety over political interference in monetary policy restricted broader enthusiasm. Shares of Capital One, American Express, and JP Morgan slid after President Donald Trump urged credit card issuers to cap interest rates at 10% for a year.
We gave another
Alphabet
entry as
hovered
well at
near
the
$4
60
trillion
on
valuation
the
mark.
hold for the bounce
The
up.
independence of the Federal Reserve is widely viewed as a cornerstone of financial markets, and any threat to
know,
that
man.
perception risks weighing of investor confidence. While concerns around independence are expected to remain a theme in 2026, markets showed sign of stabilization as investors assess the likelihood and impact of policy escalation. Over the past week, investors have largely looked past political tensions, focusing instead on signs of economic resilience. stronger productivity data, and solid semiconductor demand, including rising shipping rates and gains in both industrial output and service activity that helped reinforce bullish sentiment. The S&P 500 edged up to 6,980, while the KBW Bank Index fell nearly 1%. Most mega-cap stocks advanced. Alphabet's Google confirmed it has entered a new multi-year agreement with Apple to support the iPhone maker's artificial intelligence capabilities.
What's IB close? IB is initial balance. It's your first hour of your market. Do a link. I mean, you can just join the Discord. It should be in the bottom of the screen or in the bio, in our bio. You want to join? All right. I'm gonna head off of the Discord. I'll be in YouTube for a second to talk to this guy. A link. It's just the financial cloud I'll give you a link to the website in 1 sec. Before you join up, brother, just hang out with me on the stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, see if you like it, and we'll go from there, yeah. But I will see you Wednesday. Good luck with the market tomorrow. Have a good night. Peace.